All right, I think I got it. Yeah, I noticed that. I was typing in all the fun stuff and trying to do all my social media pushes. So, yay, fun times. There we go. All my fun views. I'm going to hide my keyboard off to the side here. Make it a little bit easier. But yes, I am back. I got a little sidetracked with everything else going on in the world, so I didn't come back last night. But I got everything done today, and now I am back to building. Since it was Labor Day, of course, I get to give all my employees time off. I thought I turned that on. Oh, there it goes. So all my employees got the day off, but I still had to go in and do the required daily stuff, as it were. So, go out there and do the grunt work. Today is trash day for the company, so I have to get all the trash out to the dumpsters and everything and get all that working. But yeah, so I'm back. I'm going to assume everybody can hear me and all that fun stuff. And if the voice and sound is all good, somebody can tell me here in a second, and then I'll just keep doing what I'm doing. I'm now working on the X gantry, which means that I'll be doing belting here soon. But since I'm doing the stealth burner, I had to go through and make sure I had the right parts for the X gantry, since they're all special. And I'm putting all the heat insets into them all right now. Getting all that glory out of the way, as it were. Nice. Look at that. It's all pretty. So now I'll just keep on going here and get a few more of these done. Try not to burn my fingers in the process. Good enough for government work. Ah, another 250. Okay. I can see that working out. Yeah, I decided to do the 350 because, hey, why not? And I don't have a 350 in my personal collection. So figured it was time. All right. All my heat sets are good. I'm going to go back here and find the page. Now scroll way down the manual now. Now you get the VO to VO.1. That's your next upgrade. Come on now. Get busy. All right, so I got a boatload of Voron belt path, which is just gonna be fun. This will be the 9. Now it looks like M3/8 is what's going to hold it on there. I kind of cleaned up a little bit and I rebagged everything, so anything that I need now, I'll be able to kind of reopen and reuse. Yeah, I could see that using a VO lead screw. I could see that as a reasonable holdover. That'd be kind of expensive and a pain in the butt to redo. So they kind of want me to put the M3/8s on, and then I'll put that on over here. So they kind of want it over there. So okay, I get it. They want to be that way. So, yep, that looks good. You know what I want to do is, because since it's such a tight fit, you can't really wiggle it around, I'm going to set it on there, find the holes, and then I'll put the screw in. Well, the only reason to change is because then you can sit there and say, I have a real VO1. You know, it's all about bragging rights and pride. All right, that works. All right, moving on. Here comes the next one. Actually, no, I want to do the same thing on this, just to make sure that I'm not nuts. Uh-oh, there's something going on. Do I have a problem? The holes aren't lining up. That's not good. That could make for a really sucky end of the stream before I even start. Yeah, they're off by damn near half a hole. Or actually almost a whole hole, so they're 3 millimeters off on this block. So what happened? Why are they that far off? The parts are clean. Ooh, that's bad news. That's a problem. That's going to be a problem, isn't it? So the problem I'm facing is the two printed parts for it are not lining up with my holes. Let me just do a couple of crazy things here real quick. I printed out all the brackets. And let's just see. No, those are off too. Let's see, where does this go? So that would be there. So that would go there to there, right? But why would that be a problem? Let's just see. Yeah, that doesn't fit at all. I mean, it fits over it, but it's not going to. There's no holes lined up on it, so that was for a funky one. Uh-oh. This stream could end before it even starts, man. That's not fair. I wonder, is there something else going on here that I don't know about? These are the right blocks. To fit it. It's just the holes are missing. That's not good. I have to think about that one. That could be a problem. Because that is correct. That fits there. It's just off by almost a hole. Let me go look. I want to look at LDO supplemental documentation and see if they say anything about this problem. Where did I put my calipers? There they are. So yeah. The center line on these printed parts are 24 millimeters. And the center line on the rail pieces are 20. So it's an extra 4 millimeter difference. So, and then there's rep cord. So there's an extra 4 millimeter difference between those two. It's like it's almost shrank. I wonder if there is a supplemental problem. I was not expecting this. So that should be fun. So I'm trying to figure out, I'm going to look it up on LDO stuff and see if they listed a difference. 2.4 kit. And I got all that and all the tips and all that stuff. Supplemental print guide. I'll just verify I wasn't there. So there's the X carriage. And Voron 2 STL gantry X axis. Let me go and find out because I swore this is exactly what I did. I'm thinking out loud here, so you have to bear with me. Yeah, that's what I have, Mitchell. Yeah, Rep Corps, this is how I'm just want to spend my Labor Day weekend. I think that's a good way to do it. All right. Give me a second here as I just re-look at stuff. STL. Gantry. X-axis. X carriage. And there they are. I'm going to look at this again. And then there's Daniel. Hey, how you doing, Daniel? Yes, for some reason mine is saying 24, and that's got me concerned. So let's go look at these files. So these are those. You can see what I'm looking at. So it's saying 21.6 tall. Let me just make sure I'm not being stupid. Yep, that's 21.6 tall. 21.6 tall. They all are. And just to make sure I'm not insane, it says 68.75 long. Yeah, yeah. And then wide. Oops, I gotta get down to the thickest part. Yeah. All these parts are measuring out right. But for some reason, the holes are wonky. I'm trying to see if I have, elephant footing or anything like that. And it's really not a big deal. It's not that big of an elephant foot on there. It's marginal. Let's just remeasure. It never hurts to double check. Yeah, it's damn right at 24 when it should be 20. I mean, that's significant. That's a significant amount of material differential. Weird. Bear with me as I just double check some additional numbers here. That's 24. I'm going to go to my table of extras. These are nines. I'll pour out some weird parts here and just check this. I printed out everything, so I have pretty much every single file associated with this just to make sure I wasn't crazy. And there's another one. That's 24 as well. What the heck is going on? I is confused. I could have swore that I needed the big one because of the clicky click, but that's an MG9 anyways. If it's going to be anything, it's going to be one of these three sets that I got here. So, oh, and then there's Chris. All right, let's see. What are you saying, Michael? I have a feeling that you need to swap on part to the opposite side. Should have a hex on one side on top and a recessed counterbore on the other. It can't be that simple, is it? Am I really that stupid? You know what? I might actually be that stupid, Michael. You might be correct. I might be dumb. Damn it, Michael. You're right. I'm dumb. See? That's what I did wrong. I didn't look far enough ahead in the manual. See? And that's why I keep you around, Michael. That is what I did wrong. I didn't read far enough ahead to see the orientation on the gantry. And that is exactly the problem I was having. And it was all my own doing. Make sure I got enough room for the belts. Yeah, that's exactly what it was, Michael. I was sitting there going, why am I seeing 24? It shouldn't be 24. It's across all the designs. This isn't right. But the real problem is I was sitting there trying to blame my other work. I was like, did I print these on the wrong scale? Did I do, I did not sit there and go, maybe I just was stupid. But I was about 5 minutes away from drilling it out and be like, screw it. I'm just going to mount it the way I want to mount it. I've been known to do that from time to time. And then after I do it up, yeah. I don't think PCAP any works anymore, though. It's a problem exists between printer, or between keyboard and printer, so keycap with a P, maybe? One of those things? Good. All right. Problem adverted. And it is my own. Oh, there's the damn picture that tells me exactly the problem. Yep, say. Yeah, problems exist between eyeballs and manual. Yep, you're exactly right. Yep, that's what tends to happen, and that's why I sit there and I stare at the machine for a while. It is not uncommon for me to just sit back and stare at the machine like I'll have an epiphany or a vision. And it'll come to me. And then eventually it does. I find that the more patience I have, the more likely it is to work. All right, let's see how they want it to run their banding. All right, they're getting extreme close-up with this, so it's going to take me a little bit of work to make sure I'm not cray-cray. But let's see, which side did they establish as A belt? Okay. Well, I got some good pictures on page 126. They have the actual A belt path. So it is on that far side. And that means that it guarantees that it's going to have to go around that. So I'm on the top path around everything here. So that means that I can go around this. Right? Yep, just making sure. And then let's make sure. I'll move the keyboard out of the way because I have a feeling I'm going to be just twisting and turning to get this whole path just right. These are a little bit tight in some of these areas. Okay. I see what they're doing. That's pretty slick. All right. Once again, I appreciate Voron's tensioning system. It is impressive. So let's get that. To go just the right way. Come on. This is the hardest one. I'm going to turn a little bit closer. This is easily the hardest turn for closeness. Because it's got to turn and go the opposite direction super quick. Where are you going? All right, push you through. Come on. Get in there. You know what? What if I just don't fight it? Maybe if I just don't fight it. So it's coming out that side, which I don't want to do. I want it to come out here. And it's got a twist now. Come on, belt. There we go. Now, in a perfect world, if I don't fight it and I go back, there we go. That's what you do. You just give up all hope of doing it, and then it goes through just fine. Okay. Now the path that I want to do around that is it goes around the back. And I am on the top path in this case. And then after that, they want me to go around the motor. Wow, that's tight. Yeah, I've done some core XYs. This has got some work to it. It's got some tight paths, that's for sure. You know what I need is some little screwdriver or little needle nose. Let's see. Yeah, that's feeling right. Okay, okay. Oh yeah, so far so good. So far so good. And now, of course, then you bypass that whole motor because that's the low motor. And then since that bypasses that, and that will go through the center-ish. So that should now go here. So far I'm right, but I feel like, yeah, that's what I'm missing. I didn't see the idler here. There it is. Slot that out. Hey, wait, look at that. All right. Belt A has gone. It is successful. And I am going to slide it into its proper home. Just to kind of hold it there. And now I'm going cut a little bit of extra. Snip, snip, snip. So I got some to finagle with. And feed that through its proper hole. And I'll be able to do tensioning later. Let me check the other side here. I got a sleeping puppy on the floor, so I have to step over her. All right. I am okay with this so far. All right, let's see. Then build a question. Any word on when the taller LDO motor steppers with the integrated leads that they will be using on their Trident kit will be available separately? No word on that yet. That is entirely in LDO department. Hopefully they'll get it soon. But that is something they have to be working on. All right. Now, B path. Let's turn this again. And this time, I'm going to be smart. Well, temporarily smart. Because what I'll do is I'll beat that this way. Oh, I shouldn't do it that way. I'm not that smart. All right. Yeah, the front idlers is the hardest one. I think Mad Monkey, that's what he was talking about. Because, yeah, I could see that. I could see that being a problem. Now, what's funny is that what would make it easier is taking out the tensioning screw. Yeah. If I take out the tension screw, then it won't block the way for me to get in there and manipulate the part. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. And let's see if that will guide around the right way. All right, I'm going to use Bob Karn's idea on this one because it's a little bit tighter. But maybe maybe, just maybe, I can get this. It's just one annoying turn. Let's see, can I use... And forget this, all the other parts seem to, the other turns seem to be okay. This is just a hard one. There it goes. Yeah, I use the zip tie to help get around, and that did the trick. Nice. And let me get the tensioner back in, just so I don't lose it, because I'll be using that later for sure. All right. Alrighty. Now we get to work our way around. And I am going to go out the back temporarily, store it on the front, and spin. And yep, same old, same old. Easy breezy. Around the motor, feels good. Around the back idler. Feeling good on the bottom. Get that out the front there. And then I'll sort that out in a second. And I think I have it done. I think I have it. Now this, all right. I think that's good. And snip, snip, snip. All right. So my only complaint on the path, but considering Core XY, their belt paths have always been in the pain in the butt, or the front idlers just don't have enough access to get the turns in easily. But, you know, every build's going to have some problem. So that would be me passing judgment there. All right. All right. All the belts are in the one sexy spots they're supposed to be. That is true. If you do it right, you only got to do it twice. All right. Belts are tightened. Let's see. Am I missing anything else? All right, those all look good. Now the reason why I pull it to the front is because I've always noticed with Core XYs, this is kind of this is where you get the most square out of it. So you end up adjusting belts if you haven't been squaring along the way. And if you're slightly off the teeth, I find that this, if you bring it to the front, that tends to fix it. Look at that. Now, why is that holding there? For some reason, there's a little bit of a bump right there. Maybe that'll work out over time. All right. Yeah, it worked out. It was just some random little fudgy somewhere. Okay. Oh, I see a problem. Wasn't quite up here. There we go, much better. Just slightly off the wheel. And that was the bottom wheel, so that would be bottom tension here. All right, one more quick tension, and then I'll call this fixed. We'll go, yay! It's belted. All right. Without any tensioners, it feels good. Let's look at the back here again, just make sure. All right, all that looks clear and straight. All that looks clear and straight. All right, I can't complain. Yeah, that won't happen. Now, the only reason why I probably got it better this way is that this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is probably my 10th Core XY, so I kind of just know. So there's your back, there's your belts. That's teeth facing out on the back and teeth facing out on the front. So if you're following the right path, teeth should always be facing out. Now I still haven't trimmed all my extra belt because I'm not 100% sure I'm 100% done. So I'm going to leave those all the way up until the very last second. That's just kind of what you do, you know? But there we go. I have belts and motors. for X, Y, and Z's. And that just got me through several fun chapters. All right, let's see. How far did that get me? Next, it wants me to page 140. My M340s. Where'd you go? Oh, look at that. Last two of those. M340s. M3 hexes. Got one extra there. Yeah, I can see doing that for the Z, just in case. It wouldn't hurt. Now, so install the hex here. I know I should have followed the instructions and done that before I put that in, but that'll be fine. Now we'll drive this all the way home. Kim, you can do it. I know you can. All right, so the super long screw would be the first time that I would ever be like, yeah, I should have an electric screwdriver for this one. I'll admit it. All right, I caught the nut. Come on. How far do you want to go? There it goes. Now it's bottomed out. Now, I say it should also go in that bottom one. So, there we go. So I find myself when I'm doing these builds, even stuff like this, I go, yeah, I should have a screw on the top and the bottom. I still find myself sitting there going, you know what? I need to turn my brain off for 5 minutes or for the whole process and just trust what the other person's doing. Because as you're building, you really don't know why they did something for quite a while. So you really just don't know. Oh, I bet you I know what's going on. I think as I was tweaking and tuning one of my motors, that the belts got loose. So let's go fix that problem. So one of the Z-belts I think got loose because I probably missed something or skipped or something like that along the ways. So I gotta get a little more tension out of it. I probably just wasn't right on the teeth when I tightened it down the first time, and now it's finally settled in place. I still feel a weird bump right there, and I don't know why. I'll come back to that. Don't know why I feel that bump, and I don't think I should be, but I'll come back to it. It's got to be a spacing problem. 100 to 1. It's got to be a spacing problem. So if it's a spacing problem, that means that it could be the rod, because I thought I got it square, but that doesn't mean that it's square. And you know what? The other side is where I did the adjustment from. So let me spin this around and loosen these up and see if it squares and slides into place. Sit down so I can get to the other side screws. Come on. All right, now it's all nice and loose. And I'll put that all the way there. Just tighten down one. Oh, I see. I know what's going on. See? If you look around hard enough, you'll eventually find the problem. All right. My squaring was fine. Nothing changed. A couple of my set screws into the rail were protruding ever so slightly, and it was catching. Oh, yeah. There we go. Now it feels right. All right. All my problems are solved. Got it all done. Checked my work. Now I get to do the fun of I get to drop in the inductive probe. And it wants me to use M330s. Yep, I got those. I now have the option of the clicker, but I'm going to go with the probe now because I just don't feel like dealing with all the extra stuff with the clicky click. But I have the probe. Where do I have the probe? Did I pull the probe out? I pulled the probe out. And I have said probe way too many times. There it is. There's my probe. Now that gets mounted from the front, going to the rear, pointing down. All right, front to the rear, going down. Here we go. Let's have some fun. I need to get a lazy Susan. But I'm just curious. Does anybody know the story behind that? And I'm not baiting you. I don't know it either. But why is it lazy Susan and not like lazy Karen or lazy Lisa or whatever? Somebody open up the internet and find out that answer. You know, I remember this probe from a switch wire. I think this was just annoying me because it was a pain in the butt to get to those screws. Yeah, I guess I could say Sandra. Whoa, Sandra, Sandra. Okay. I am going to cut one side of the belts. I'll leave loose tension on the other side for now. And I'm cutting the one side, even though I don't like doing it this early in the process. It's just so that the cable path for this will be clean and go where it needs to go. And I'm going to put it all the way at the bottom. Kind of push it in there so it's nice and tight with plenty of room for adjusting later. All right, that works. All right. So the only one that Zenbender, the only one that you mentioned there that I know about is a delicate subject, but jerry-rigged was an adaptation from a term called jury rig, which has a lot of bad political stuff associated with it. So that's one that I used to use it in my youth a lot, and then once I kind of figured out the origins and understood it, I went, oh, that's bad. So that's the only one out of that. Murphy's Law, I just consider a pessimist. Yeah, exactly, like dumbwaiter. It's got exactly. So I think that's where a lot of it comes from. All right, they want me to be exactly 6 millimeters off of the bottom. All right, let's do that, shall we? I just had my calipers within 5. There they are. 6 millimeters from the bottom. That's the number they want. And, well, that's what they want. That's what they'll get. But since this printer is big enough now, I'm going to move this way up. Give me enough room to get my calipers in there and set this very, very accurately based on their demands. That way I can blame them for any problems later on when it comes to leveling. And go, but you guys told me. And since I have it all on video, I sit there and go, see, it says 6 millimeters. Perfect. There we go. That is exactly 6 millimeters off. Hey Dan, welcome back. I am currently on page 144 of all of this. I think I finally get to use the magnet. And that is on the right side. So I am going to clear all this off. Scoot, scoot, scoot. But there is currently a giant screw sticking out of that. That is because I'm an idiot. I once again didn't read the instructions, and I accidentally put a 40 in where there should have been a 30. And that will leave room for me to install the magnet and then do the little Hall effect thing. So if somebody else watches this video down the road and I get to sit here and call out all of my faults, maybe they'll be able to sit there and go, oh, I'll watch out for that. I'll try not to be as dumb as David. I mean, that is kind of hard. Because I have a lot of humility. I have a pretty big ego about how how much I accept my humility. All right, beautiful. You know what? Since I got the magnets out, let's spin it around. Nope, I don't even have to spin it around. It's right there. I got another loose belt, so I am going to spin it around. See, over time, you kind of... Oh! Oh, hey, David. My frame up here is slipping. And that's why this belt keeps going loose. This frame piece was sliding down. And now I know. All right. That was the problem earlier with my other Z belt. One of my frame pieces was slipping. All right. Get a magnet off, and I'll put the little magnet into its new little home. Give me a large flat surface. There we go. That slid in pretty damn good. I can live with that. Good. I think mine came with X and Y as well. Let's look. All right, those are just the wires. Yeah, it's only 2-wire in stop, so odds are it is clicky limit switches I haven't gotten to yet. But that's okay. Oh, there they are. Yeah, they're mechanical. But that's okay. I'll have the magnets for down the road. They are mechanical switches that come with the kit. Check my work, mount my probe, offset my probe. All right. Now, it's sitting there talking about the afterburner build, which that should be where I get to skip out of the manual and do stealth burner. So, yay! Stealth burner time. Peanut butter stealth time. Peanut butter stealth time. There we go. That means that I'll get to sit down and wait for a while instead of sitting around finagling the big stuff. But now, the real problem is going to be finding all the parts. Because there's a lot of them. And give me a second off camera. I'm going to do a little bit of quick organizing here. I'm going to throw some of my extra prints which I won't need for a while. There's the skirt stuff. And get that out of the way so nobody's got to mess with it. Think about it. That's just one less thing I got to look at. And I will admit it, I did kind of print everything because I didn't quite know exactly what path I was going to take. So I have all the stealth burner parts, all the clockwork parts, everything printed out and ready to go. But I kind of want to do the stealth burner because, well, come on, it's the stealth burner. But now, here is the real question. And I'm going to give you guys a few minutes to think about this. I'm going to take a little 10-second refresh. So, while I take my break, talks amongst yourselves, and decide, do I install the E3D Rapid Change Revo Micro or the E3D Rapid Change Revo 6? I do not have the Voron specific one because, I'm out of stock on it, but I do have all the other ones. So, talk amongst yourselves and let me know what you think. And when I come back, we will go down that path. So 3 to 4 minutes. All right, have you guys started? Let's see what you got here. Micro. Also, you can just replace the micro's cold side easy with the boron one. That's available separately. Yep, you're correct. Trying to save weight tool head, I do the micro. I start with the micro and my trident. I already remove on for my 2.4, blah, 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 blah. So it seems like you guys really like the micro. Yeah, I'll go micro. You talked me into it. You talked me into it. You manipulative people. That means that now I have to switch over to this manual and hopefully get all of this right. Now we're building a stealth burner. Hardware, hardware, hardware. There we go. Clockwork extruder, stealth burner on the front, the ADXL sensor mount. All right, let's work on the clockwork too, I'm guessing. All right, let me go see if I can find the clockwork 2 stuff I got to worry about. All right, let's see. Looking for the right parts. Oh, those aren't right. Let's go look for more right parts. Okay, I think I found the right parts. Let's see. I think that is the, oops, that's the ugly camera. I think those are the right parts now. Let me verify I'm not nuts. Yep. Yep, that is that right part there for page 11. So let's do some heat insets, shall we? They want one right. That is a good question. I do not know exactly how they're planning on doing the Obsidian rollout yet. They've been having their manufacturing problems, and hopefully they'll get all that figured out. And then once that's all done, then we'll know how it's properly going to be rolled out across the board. All right, so from this picture, I'm not 100% sure where it's supposed to go. All right, I think that's the right hole. So now we'll put that into there. Beautiful. Now let's go on the next page. It wants me to do the heat insets for this. This is where all the work comes in. This is where all the heat insets go. There we go. Damn it. Let's try again. There we go. Now you're set in there. Now let's flip it over. And heat inset. Heat inset. All right. Getting past the fun part. And then heat inset. Now these, it wants to go below the surface a little bit further. Maybe go back. Go below the surface. All right. Yeah, it's installed straight. Looks good. And then one more on the side here. So many. And then I missed one. I knew I missed one. It looked like the wrong hole. So now we'll get this. Looks good. That's where it's supposed to go. And once we come back to this one, there are so many. I try not to do that. I mean, unfortunately, these products always explode, but I try my absolute best to keep things organized. Every once in a while, I will actually kind of shut down, clean up, and then reset. I find that tends to help. All right. Now I need to go and get a funky part. I need to go find this funky part. So give me a minute. I got a funky part here to find. And I think I found it right off the bat. The actual little cable chain holder that they wanted me to do all this with. All right, now let's do the work. Insert. Now, with that inserted that way, they want it to all be on the back side. Okay. You always got to be careful. And the reason why I say you have to be careful is because, I've talked to the Voron guys, and they try really hard to make these instructions kind of like IKEA. I personally think this build's a little too complicated for IKEA-style instructions. It needs to have more warnings and stuff like that. So it just pays to pay it extra attention, because there's a good chance you're going to miss something. All right, I need the idler, and all right, I got a few more pieces to go find. If I am correct, that's that piece that they want. That arm is what they want. I don't want this yet. All right, we're getting there. So many heat sets. And this is just the clockwork part. This is just the upper body part. So now let's get in there. There we go. Let's get to the side here. Try my best to be as square as I can and flush to the surface every single time. And there we go. I knew I needed that other piece. It looked important. All right. Now those are all good. I'm going to do a little bit of cleanup work here, because what I like to do is, when it comes to heat sets, is I'll go back and check them. And if I do everything right, I should be able to run the blade over top of it without scraping metal. And if you run the blade over top of it, there's a little extra ring that forms, and you can kind of chop that off while you're at it to get it back to a very flush surface. I find that that's a way to get a good, clean product, and that tends to make it surface, everything kind of join together and surface better. This is not deep enough. So it's a good way to check how deep stuff is too. All right, let's see. Who's next? Yeah. Yeah, all right. I'm good. All right. So far, I'm doing good. Only a couple little cleanups. That one, a little bit of inset, spoke too soon. I'll come back to that after that cools. That's a little high. All right. Oh yeah, that's that beautiful little circle I like. Super small. far so good. Oh yeah. I'm not going to complain on that one. All right. Hey, Andrew. So yeah, I'm kind of doing classic red and black. I didn't want to get fancy. I kind of wanted to go backwards a little bit, backtrack a little bit, and kind of make a pretty one. Just a El de facto, the way it's supposed to look, to like from the factory type of thing. Yada yada yada. All right. Now I need to find my M316s. I don't think they put any hardware in here. I think they just left all the hardware in the other stuff. No, they didn't. It's all here. So another hardware bag. Yay. So I need a M316 socket head. There it is. More backup. There's one. And now, yeah, this one's for taking pictures of. This is my shallow one. It's just supposed to sit there and look pretty. Whoops, there goes the Allen wrench under the bench. You know you aren't really doing anything until you've lost the Allen wrench under the bench type of thing. All right, let's see. There it is. Now, that is supposed to join. Is that how the picture has it? Yeah, that's how the picture has it. It just looked weird. Makes me wonder why they did it this way. All right, I'm going to remove that screw first, because I think it's going to be better to sandwich the pieces together. Oh, sacrificial pieces. That's why I keep like a stack of Ender 3s in the corner. That's just so I have something to throw. So that is supposed to comfortably sit in there. All right, stand by. I want to get out my big old wrenches against. You know something, Michael? I even like that. And we did that for a while. You know, we had our big old spools that we used to sell. But we found that the numbers were so relatively low of people actually buying it that the filament would sit on the shelf for way too long. So we'd end up almost wasting filament by putting up the big spools. So now what we do is anytime somebody wants 20 or more rolls of the big stuff, they just send in a little custom email, and we will take care of them. We try not to waste all our money having those on the shelf and then pretty much throwing them away later. So if you ever need big spools, there we go. Sexy. All righty. Now I need to go get official Bondtech stuff. All right, so I got the shaft, dual bearings. All right, now orientation, just like that. Now we'll set this into the slot. Oh, it wants to be snapped. You want to be snapped in there, don't you? But I like them. I just wish there was more demand for them, enough so I could keep it on my shelf. All right, sexy. There's my little idler arm. Ollie, spin, spin, spin. That spin's nice too. All right. I'll allow it. Now it wants me to put my idler arm together, and the problem I have is that LDO made their own idler arms. And I mean, it literally has the LDO logo right there on it. How adorable is that? I mean, come on. It wants to ride on that little rail. Let's make sure it can. There it goes. All right. Just a little shave. And there she is. Little springy McSpring spring. All right, next. We're getting into the fun stuff now. Okay. So I need to get the relatively flat piece, and I need to go find the bearings. RA5 bearings, here they are. In all honesty, no, there isn't. They charge so much more for blank 3 kilogram spools. It just doesn't really save any money. Shipping is darn near equal when you think about it. Takes the same amount of time to actually make, 3 kilograms versus 3 1 kilograms. So whenever a saving is put onto a product, or whenever I put a savings on it, it's just because of the illusion of a saving. I actually lose that difference. When it comes to the actual price and all that stuff. There it goes. Ah, you're sitting into the groove. Now that's supposed to sit in there all nice and sexy. But I got to clean out that little mess. Let's see how it sits now. Not too shabby. I want to do a little more cleanup in that corner. There we go. Spin, spin, spin. No binding. All right, now over here, this is the next bearing. Oh, that's going to be fun. I'm trying to think how I'm going to set that in there properly. Stand by. I have a thought on how I'm going to handle that problem. I'm going to go cray-cray. I have to set this bearing flush in the back, but you can't push. Well, you don't want to push on the inside ring. You want to push only on the outside ring. And since it's set so far recessed into that, I want to find a drill bit that is equal to the width. Yeah, mini socket would do it too, but what I also have is the blunt end of a drill bit, a 1964 drill bit. So once I get it in the right way, I should be able to sacrifice the tip of the drill bit a little bit. And there she blows. And in a perfect world, Oh yeah, that's going to be just fine. Oh yeah, that works. Yes. Well, no, these aren't old drill bits. These are the El Cheapo Harbor Freight sets that you get for like $9.99. I don't like using hammers in these because you have to be delicate. So I'll use a wrench or the back of a screwdriver, just because then you know for a fact that you aren't overdriving anything. That makes sense? It's kind of a built-in self-protection. All right, now they want an M36 flathead screw. Do I have those? That's going to be a really small box. That's an M3 button head. There it is, M36 flathead screw. Dude, if you get three uses out of Harbor Freight, that's impressive. I cannot argue with that. That's for sure. All right. Now it wants me to set the gear. We got one set screw here. Get the full set screw. This is all the little work, the tiny stuff. That's the wrong set screw. Oops, don't mind me. That knocked over my soldering iron. Give me a second while I pick it up and reset my life. All right. Let's see if I can find those set screws again. Ah, there they are. Super tiny ones. I'm gonna have to get the super tiny. Man, you can tell I'm getting old. I'm starting to get to the point where these super tiny things are starting to look more and more blurry every time I have to put them into something. Death comes for us all. All right. It wants its measurement to be 15.6 millimeters end to end. Say, Andrew, now I've officially, it's officially a project. 15.6. And it wants from there to dead center. So let's Loosen that up a little bit. Do center of the filament path. Get ever so slightly a little bit more distance. Perfect. Perfect. Now I got the gear. Now, some assembly required. Put that there. Put that there. That went together with a very satisfying click. M325s are next. Where are you? Maybe they were originally included in the other kit. M325 button head, right? Yep. No, socket head. M325, that. M325. Screw wafer, nope. I am looking for my M325s, which I would have figured would have been, there they are. I need 2 of those. I have an optimizer. I keep arguing with myself, I don't need that, I don't need that. But it's there, it's in my closet. I'm fighting it. Oh, am I fighting it? All right, now this goes into that one. Let me tighten that down. That, I think I tightened too much. I'll loosen that up a bit. It's in there. Just to get it all square. Looking good so far. It's all there. Gear is installed. There are steps for adjusting the side screw and the tension. Yeah. I'll have to give that a look yet. So far, I am pretty good. Drive shaft isn't touching the motor housing. It's feeling good there. Now this tension arm. Yep, that's where that's supposed to go. Clean out that hole just a little bit. There was a little build plate smudge. M325 socket head. M325 socket head. There we go. Now that goes third hole over and in, and I am pretty darn sure that yep, and that's its pivot point. So, oh yeah, I see where you're going. You go down that hole. Loosen it up so it's got a pivot point. Oh yeah, that's feeling good. And that's engaging. You know, I'm not going to lie, that's feeling pretty good as it is. That's feeling pretty darn good, and then that other side's sitting in there nice. I can't argue with that so far. Now, this is where it gets the tricky part. This is probably where that pin note is you're talking about. There is another top latch. Which is that piece. And I've used this on a bunch of other designs, and I've seen that before, so I am willing to bet that's where the problem is. So that, I feel like that should be pulled out. That is supposed to sit in there. It's a very, very specific problem. And then this, nope. M325, where are you? Yeah, look at that. Okay. That's coming along. That's looking good. All right. There's that tensioner. That sets there. I believe this needs to be loosened up just a little bit so it gets a little more grip out of it. Let's see, if I pull this all the way down, that snaps on. Now this is where the problem comes in. Is that the issue they're talking about? That should flow smoothly, and then that should just snap on down. But I'm not going to lie, I have always had this problem with all the clockwork assemblies. It always feels bad until you do that. All right. Now is that gear still spinning? Yes. Let's make sure it's really spinning. Yes, and it's engaging? Okay. Okay. That's feeling good. Okay. Now, from the front side, M330 socket head. And push that straight through. Come on. Get through there. All right. There's the M330 socket head screw that they claim for. Now an M38 socket head. And an M330 washer. Where are you? M330 washers. There's some M5 washers. Where's my M3 washers? There's a nut. M5 washers. M5 spacers. Where are you, washers? See, this is riveting television where you get to sit there and see me get frustrated because I can't find the part. None of those. Let's just see if they happen to have any in the backup bag. Maybe they walked on me. Nope. Nothing in the backup bag. But what's funny is I could have swore I had M330s with the original build, and those should be over here. But they're not. Let's do one more pass over here to make sure I'm not cray-cray. M5s. M5s. M3.8s. You know, they did that with the M5s, but I haven't seen that with the M3 yet. I was asking for an M3 washer, which almost never need. And I thought I remember there was a couple with the original kits. So let me go through one more time here. All right, I got a couple extras, so I'm good. I found some in the backup bag. All right, no big deal. I am back on track. That's why it's important to keep your stuff organized. You'll never find it. Okay. Now that's the sliding slide. Okay, I see what they're doing here. I see what they're going for. That's going to be the slidey slide for the motor. Nice, okay. Now, the problem with this motor is that they don't show how I should hide my cables. I'm going to assume down. Because that would make most sense, because I'm going to run that cable chain thing above it so it can kind of cut above. This will be the hinge. Now this, let's see if I can get the mesh to mesh. Yeah, there we go. Look at that meshy mesh. And I'll slide this on, slide this in. And now I got the motor on the back. And if I spin it, I spin the motor. All right, so I kind of did that, and I just kind of was stubborn. Give me a second here. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and I'm going to look up Zenbender here. because he's very adamant about this note. Afterburner and stealth burner questions. All right. So I'm going to go look at this real quick and see if it's something I need to worry about or not. All right. Afterburner and stealth burner questions. And he says seventh one down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Quick guidler and filament tension adjustment procedure. Assemble the CW with no motor, tighten the guidler screw all the way, close the latch door, and tighten the tension spring about 2/3 of the way. Try to rotate the 50 degrees tier by hand. If the gears are bound or if there is grinding, back out the guide screw. Okay. I see where they was going with that. But yeah, it feels good. It feels against the motor. I feel like I got it. I feel comfortable for me. All right, Michael, have a good one. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for the note, Zen. I double checked that and I feel good about it. So I'm not going to worry. I'm in good shape. Mine feels good based off of that. I wonder how far tonight I'll be able to get on this. I have a feeling I might get really close on the afterburner, because I know that this is kind of its own build. It's its own thing, as the kids say. I really do like the look of the afterburner. I feel like they just spent a lot of time on the aesthetics. I love that, like, the assembly manual's got like 10 pages dedicated to the LED light on the front. Socket head. There we go. Looking good. You know what I want to do? Give me just a second, guys. I want to see if I can do. Give me a second. I'm going to do some adjusting. Pretend like you're not seeing any of this. All right. Maybe we can get a little bit closer on the mat so that you guys aren't staring at the belly the whole time. There we go. That should help out. Since I only spent so much time on the close-up, might as well have a shot of the close-up, right? So that'll look a little bit better. And let's see something. Look at that. How's that for sexy? Is that a better camera angle? Is everybody happier? So now I need a socket head M316. And now it says open up the latch. Oh, wow. I don't see how that's going to work. Alrighty. They have me dropping a screw through a hole all the way to the back to screw into another hole. It just takes a little bit of extra work. It's a whole thing. Come on. Get in there. There we go. I'm on page 33 of the Afterburner build. Now, it wants to put on the sexy cable cover. I don't know why I printed it so many times. I guess it was just in different spots. There's no real difference between them, right? Yeah, they're all the same makes. All right. So I got a sexy cable cover here. And it says that goes over like that. That is a sexy cable cover. That is aesthetics if you've ever seen it. All right, now I got to back that screw out. Back that screw up. Come on, get there. All right, now with that backed up, this is supposed to go over that way. So that is supposed to perfectly thread into there. All right, come on. Next step, let's get this all the way in. Once again, threading into plastic, one of my not favorite things. All right. Ooh, that's a sexy little lid right there. Look at that. Well, let's see. Is that a better angle? Yeah, for now. That's a sexy little lid right there. Doop. Close. M36 button head. There it is. Now this is the Clockwork 2, and this is all part of the Afterburner build. But this is the new Clockwork 2 where they did the, they're using the pancake motor inside of it. So when you do the stealth Afterburner, it gets all super light and tight and fancy. So I got, what's it? Yeah. Coming along. Hey, look, now they want me to build the bottom part. That means I need to go find the right bottom because everyone decided on the Revo Micro. All right, I think I got the Revo parts here. I'm on page 37 of the Stealth Burner manual. Now, I want to do 4 heat sets. So I'm going to slightly off. Actually, I'm going to go to the overhead just so you guys can see my little slight off-camera work here. Keep it close to the soldering iron. There we go. There we go. Following along with the heat sets. There. Those 4 are in. I guess that's all I needed. Okay. I would have expected more. All right. Now, this all looks good. Let me clean up this one little droopy area. Just so it looks pretty. A little bit of cleaning never hurt nobody. So this is supposedly right there. Man, that does look sexy. Their design work's on point, guys. I'm not going to argue. We've got a channel for the hot end wiring. Let's see, M312s is what they want me to use. Socket heads, M312s. Where are you? M316 socket heads, M312s. All right. All right. Let's get this bad boy in there like it's supposed to. I think I'm supposed to take off the fan altogether. Yeah, that would make sense. I'm going to temporarily remove that. And let's see how she sits in there. I don't know about that one. I mean, I get where they're going. I just don't know about that one. I think I need to take it all apart and then set just the heat sink. Oh, actually, I need to set. Does he really want? That's funk. Okay. I guess I get why they did that, but that's a little bit funky funk. So what I'm talking about is that it looks like I'm supposed to flip the nut over on the micro. And that's what I'll do the tensioning later off of. Okay, I'll buy that. It's all right. It's not the end of the world, but different. Now they claim that I need to, well, how the hell would I spin that on? Yeah, I guess I could do that. So this goes up the outside, right? Yeah. I am talking outside to myself just because I'm figuring out what their intentions were, because I didn't see any, there's no good documentation on the micro. They have the other stuff, so you can kind of get reference for what they want to do, but I'm talking about the micro specifically. So I'm going to leave that loose, put that on. Okay, good. Thanks for verifying that with me, Cindy. Yeah, that's what it looked like to me. It just seemed a little, it was an educated guess on my part, and, well, I guess I'm educated. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to, I forgot to do my little flush trim thing that I like to do. Flush trim. Flush trim. Beautiful. Now that will make it so that these will stick out enough I think they're wrong. They're calling for M312s. And I don't think M312s work. I'm going to use M316s. Yep, you heard me. I'm going against the rules. Because I don't think I have 14s. That's not an obnoxious amount of depth. Let's see if that has to overdrive. Oh. So I am finding on page 41, it says M312 socket heads, and it seems like it should be M316s. That's what it's feeling like. Because the M316s went in there and sat real nice. Hey, Derek, welcome, welcome. All right. All right, I think I got that set good. So now, I should have ran these wires first. In fact, I'm going to loosen this up just so I can. I got a little ambitious. Got a little ambitious troubleshooting and completely forgot to, I missed a step about running the wires first. So, oopsie daisy. Happens to the best of us. But now, I can tighten that down. I'm going to slide this in. All right, I feel good about that. That looks good. Let's see. It's this camera, right? So that plus that. Now M3/8 from the top. That is only for the Voron one. All right. And it claims it wants some PTFE tubing. I don't think the micro came with any, did it? Yeah, it came with some. So, shove that tubing in there. That's good enough for now. Ooh, let me throw this fan in this box, just so I have that as spare parts for later. And I will set this to the side because I do believe that that takes care of Revo. I'm going to get some of these set screws out of the way because they were super small. All right, I'm doing good. Let's see, now we do that. Now, the PTFE tube should stick out 11 millimeters above the surface of the printed part. The stick out length might vary if you use an extruder other than the clockwork tube. All right, they want 11 millimeters off the top of this. That's what they're telling me. All right, so let's get 11 millimeters. Get it super close. Perfect. If I don't like it, I got more PTFE tube now, and it didn't crush it. I am happy. I am not going to complain. At least not yet. Okay. Now it wants me working on the front. "20 chapters on just that darn bulb." All right. So I got some supports to remove. That's good enough. All right, and let's see. I like that they model the supports into it so that they have this kind of control over it. So it's only 3 pieces of support you got to take out. It all looks good. But I have a little bit of, zitting and stringing on the inside here, so give me just a second. I'll clean it up just so the surfaces mate nice and pretty. And then I will show you one of my favorite little sexy tools. Little hot air gun. It is great for strings, forming, but what I like it for is sometimes you get these kind of white stretch marks on it, and you can polish them off. Now, before I do that, I will be back in a second because what I want to do is I want to wash this front because I still have some glue stick from the prints. There we go. Now, we dry it off. This is easily the most looked at part of the printer, so you want to make sure that it has zero imperfections because this is what everyone's watching. So now, let's get whatever little remaining bits we need off of it. So I'll almost like flame polishing. That looks real good. And now, I'm going to use my deburring tool just to get rid of that slight edge and soften that up. Just for aesthetics. I have to admit, the deburring tool is probably one of my favorite secrets of 3D printing. It is great for removing brims, or tough edges, or anything like that. Because it never shaves too deep. And it leaves a nice, pretty, sexy edge. It's smooth to the touch. All right. One last pass with the heat gun just to finish off those edges I just made. And get rid of those stress marks. Almost like an eraser. I love it. That's beautiful. Looks like an injection molded part. The secret to the deburring tool is to go at everything at a 45-degree angle, and then it will just ride along the edge. Do not put any force into it. So you can see now, let's see if it'll focus. I printed on glass, and it'll give a good look to it. I didn't have a textured plate, and then I had a lot of 3mm filament to burn through, so I did all this on the Ultimaker, which had a glass plate. So I couldn't put a fancy texture on it. I had to kind of rely on my flat glass. Alrighty. Yeah, and X-Acto works good too. I like the deburring because it's just meant for round stuff, and I just like round. You know what's kind of sexy? They do this stealth burner. And then they have all this LED stuff. But the LDO kit has it all pre-made for me, so I don't even have to think about it. And darn it, I forgot. I printed out all of the accent pieces. So I might have to go back and take apart some stuff because I printed out all the accent stuff. But I printed out of ASA. So it's got a little more stringy string. And that's not worth it. That's just too much extra work. All right, I'll leave that without accents. I'm okay with that. But I have all of this crazy LED junk to deal with. So Ben, yes, kits will be coming back. As of right now, the plan and the problem and the solution is that, unfortunately, the last couple of pre-order setups that we did, we weren't getting our deliveries as promised. And that made a lot of customers very upset. I wasn't happy about it. It sucks. So we are moving away from, we're not going to do that pre-order thing anymore. So I have some kits on their way to me. And once they arrive, then we will put them up for sale. Pretty much, yeah. I'm not doing that pre-order stuff anymore. I'm not going to put my customers through that. That's just not right. So, yeah, that's where we stand, and that's where we're at. Yes, you should, Derek. So, but yeah, that's why we did what we did. That's why we're at where we're at. We just didn't want to put you guys through that again. There was a lot of unhappy people, and I don't like unhappy people. Unhappy people are bad. All right, let's see. What's the tool path for this? All right, they want me to put the diffusion in first. Fine, I'll do that. Actually, pull it back out. I think that needs a little bit of cleanup. Mainly because I think they got a really tight slot there. They went for a lot of aesthetics on this. And I like aesthetics. They just, require a lot more precision. I have these. That's looking good. Now, I see what they're trying to do here. So I'll let you guys in a little funny thing. I'm working on the lights right now. So I'm working on all the lights for everything. And the fun little secret that I'll tell you is the past of David Randolph. David Randolph was a young kid, and he was a very passionate guy. He was very techie. He really loved the tech stuff. He digged the tech stuff. Very big, techie. I was already a computer engineer and all that stuff well before I even got out of high school. In fact, I already had several of my certifications before I got out of high school, if that gives you any scale. But I was in high school, and I had this absolute desire that I said, you know what? Screw all this engineering. I'm going to be an artist. And send me to art school. And so I went to art school. And my passion, my focus, was actually in film lighting. I know. Crazy. I do not have a link to the Trident page yet because I have not made the Trident page yet. I am hoping to make the Trident page sometime this week. I mentioned the lighting story because I'm sitting here and I'm seeing how they're setting up all the diffusers and all that stuff and what they're trying to do. And I'm going, yeah, I would have built it that way. That's how I would have done it. All right. Let's see if that fits in there. But the engineer 3D printing part of me guy is sitting there looking at this and going, that's a lot of work. That's a lot of work to make the logo glow. All right. Hey, welcome back, Hit. Now let's see what their path is. Their path is going to be that. So let's slide. I think that they wanted me, I should have put that LED into the diffuser before I actually slid that diffuser in. right, now let's see if that diffuser will go in there and hold that LED like they want. All right, that looks like that's going the way it's got to go. Now route that up. Look at them, they even put little kink lines in there to keep the cable in place. So smart. They're like Jeopardy smart. First time I heard that little line, it was Happy, or the Adam Sandler film, whatever it was, that had the little Evil Nicky or Little Nicky or something like that. And one of those angels in heaven explained God as, he's like Jeopardy smart. I lost my marbles. I don't know why. That joke struck home for me. Made me laugh to no end. Really did. And so now I find myself every single time I have to say somebody's smart, I go back and say, I have to go back and reference that. I'm not going to lie, that's kind of an impressive little lighting setup. The parts they printed to make that all work, I'm not going to lie. Okay. Now I got some more fans to do. I'm going to throw this PEG over here to the side because I don't really need that for this build. And here's the hot end fan. And that's the parts fan. All right. So let's find the orientation. That's fine, I don't care. All right. Now they claim that this is just a I think that's the right way. Because there's no arrow. Let me look one more time just to make sure I'm not nuts. Almost always, that's how they do it. That's just downright funny. They made the fan a snap-in fan. Their CAD work's getting together. So you know, Kit, I have a thing about mods. I am all for mods. I support it. I'm all for it. Go to town. You do you, as I like to say. But myself, when it comes to mods, I tend to be of the mindset of I try not to do the mod as much as possible. Mainly because there's always going to be that phone call, that tech support call somewhere. And unless it's a very popular mod, I try to stay away from it. Because, yeah, I don't want to, I kind of want to have the machine that the customer is supposed to have in front of them, in front of me. And if I've done all these custom mods and everything to the printer, then it's really hard for me to experience it. I mean, when I did a lot of computer stuff, I still have I still notoriously build my laptops and my machines that I use at home, and I never even change out the darn. I never even changed out the darn desktop pattern. All right, Zenbender. Yes, we do custom size ACM panels. You're going to need to have the CAD drawings the way you want them. And then there's a post on our website blog that has all the instructions on how to submit it, and then we'll quote you on it, and then get you going. So I have a couple of guys at the office that they'll look over your drawings and make sure it's technically possible, and then we'll make it. Now, we don't do drawings and we don't modify drawings. It is not because we hate you or we're lazy. It is to avoid problems. Because unfortunately, what happens every single time that someone says, oh, all you need to do is just resize it, it won't be a big deal. And then all of a sudden, then we get 10 emails and ship back and forth, and they go, that's not what I wanted, that's not what I said, and so on and so forth. So we kind of have to sit there and just go, nope, you send us your CAD drawings exactly like you want, and then that's what we're going to cut. I know it's kind of a negative way to be, but unfortunately, all it takes is a one bad apple to make it a bad experience and a bad thing for everybody else. I'll sit there and go, that's not what I said, that's not what I sent you. I know I said just scale it down 15%. I didn't really mean that it's to scale it down by 15%. You're also supposed to move the holes and so on and so forth. We get a lot of that. So that's it. I just tell people, make us the drawings and we'll cut it for you. Yeah. No. The devs, absolutely. They should be saying, they should pay attention to the community and mods and all that stuff. And that's what makes it awesome. They go to town on that. I'm just saying, me as a servicer, I have to be careful with that. Come on. Now let's see if this fits in there. Like a glove. Like a glove. All right. Moving on. I got M36 flatheads. Where are those? I saw those earlier. M36 flatheads. They were super small. M34, 16s. M36 flatheads. There they are. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, that's a great way to interview people. You make a good mod, you go to town. All right, give me a second. I want to see if I've got the extra part here. Yes, I do. All right. M36 flathead, get this other side. We're making some progress on it. I got the parts cooling fan, I got the heat brake fan, I got the hot end mounted, I got the clockwork, I got the X carriage installed and the belting all installed. I got the probe installed, I got the offset installed. We're close. I think this is pretty much, yeah. I did not expect to get that far on the hot end. That's for darn sure. But yes, Zenbender, please. You got some drawings. Check that little post. I think it said something like email customs at Printed Sol or something like that. It's got the exact email address, so don't quote me on it. It's something like that. But you can email those designs to that, and my guys will look over it and take care of you. And the good thing is that they have I love them, but they love to gripe. So they will look at your designs. If you send them the wrong files, they'll probably tell you it's wrong and tell you how to fix it or tell you what you need to do a little bit. So if you do it wrong, don't worry. Someone will be there and probably tell you what you did wrong. They can't do it for you, but they should be able to tell you what they did wrong. All right. I'm going to look at the instructions here real quick. Let me make sure I got the right pieces around. I got my M38s, M325s, M350s. One second here. I'm going to consolidate down and get rid of an extra bag. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, I can see that. That'd be a fun one. Now, the great thing is, by the way, Zenbender, is that if you make the mod and if anybody else likes the mod, so don't feel bad, or if you publish them somewhere, you can tell people just email these files, we'll take care of them, get them all taken care of. So it should be pretty nice. Should take care of things. But let's see. But if someone likes the idea, they'll mod the heck out of it and let you know. They'll mod the living bejesus out of it, and then they'll tell you, and then maybe you start something. Maybe you start a revolution. But I like where this is going. I'm just doing loose sizing here. I'm not going crazy on this yet. I'm futzing around and just sizing stuff. Just because I want to see, I want to throw this in front of the camera so you guys can see where we're going. It's completely informal and completely loose, but I think it'll make for a little fun presentation. And I think that's right. All right. That's going to be pretty. That's going to be pretty. I mean, aesthetically, the Afterburner has got a look. That's for darn sure. It really does. It's got a look. Look at that. Beautiful fans. Revo Micro on the bottom. That's pretty like a fox. I kind of like the all red. I don't know if I want to do all the accent pieces they talk about. I mean, they said accent pieces, but I'm like, now that I'm seeing it all in red, I'm kind of like, no, I like it where it's at. I mean, there's arguments for it, but they kind of want this back cover to be black, but I just think that that's just, nah. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do that accent. I just don't believe in it. I don't believe that that's the right way to go. And, I mean, arguably this would be sexy, a little bit blackish, I guess, but I don't know if it's worth that much backtracking. Nah. I'm going all red on that. I just want the all red. I kind of like Kit's idea. Get some red vinyl and a little round sticker red vinyl and just put it right onto the fan. So you just get these little black strips around it where the vents are. That would be kind of sexy. I could see that. Break out the vinyl cutter and go to town on that. That would make for a nice look. All right, I'm going to let you guys stare at that. I'm going to take a little 4-minute break here, 5-minute break, little potty break, and then I'll be right back. And then we will get to it. Because I think the next step is to mount that, and I probably have at least another hour in me tonight. So I think we could probably get it mounted. All right, I'll be back in 4 or 5. Okay, potty break over. All right, let's see. I got a little bit ahead of myself. I'm going to backtrack a little bit because I just wanted to see it all put together. So we will disassemble it. There they are. Now I'm going to open this back up. I have to go to a wide shot here soon so that you guys can actually see the extruder as I'm assembling it. There we go, all opened up, opened up, opened up. All right, now give me a second. I'm going to do a little bit of camera work. And rearranging and finagling and conjiggering. pretty much gonna put a bunch of stuff out of the way here. So that I can spin the printer. And because I can, there you go, look at that. That'll be a good view, and it's still out of the way of me working. All right, now I'm finally going to trim the belt there. All right, it's done. The belt is trimmed. M38 socket head. Get this bad boy. That is going to rest right there. Let's see. There it goes. That's how it's supposed to sit in there. Beautiful. And then another M38. Right in there. Oh, yeah. That's beautiful. That's how it's supposed to be. Yeah, I'll admit it. I've kind of done the other path, and yeah, that did suck. All right, now let's see here. I feel like I'm missing a step because, see, those, I know it should mount like that, but what are the screws to mount that with? I'm missing a step somewhere. Bear with me 1 second. On the X carriage, the 2 screws that are supposed to hold it in, M312 socket heads, that's what it is, M312 socket heads. I missed a step from earlier on the X carriage where I was supposed to install some M312s. to hold up the extruder assembly. So bear with me as I get those put in, and then I'll be able to slide the extruder on. Yeah, I'm really liking this over what I ended up doing with the switch wire. It is definitely better. And it's definitely better. There we go. You know what? Give me 1 second, because I think there's a little bit of a lip here at the bottom. Yeah, there we go. Much better. Now it's all squared and flush, sitting where it feels like it's right. Oh yeah, look at that. Now let's skip back. So yeah, I missed one little step on that, no big deal. M325 socket heads. Two of those bad boys. Get my wire management. Ugh. That just felt good. That just felt good going in like that. Yeah, I would agree with that. I'm seeing that too. I am legitimately very happy with the Stealth Burner as far as build quality. I'm not going to say much about the print quality because I haven't printed with it yet, but the build process, the way the parts are, the sturdiness of it, the easy of access. I mean, I'm not sweating. I'm not cursing or screaming or saying it's all wrong or anything like that. It's just all coming together. I'm not going to argue about it, but darn it, did I really? Darn it! Spoke too soon. The wires aren't going to the right spot. I didn't feed them through like I was supposed to. Coming back out. The wires are on the other side. So you guys got a good view, but I missed it. And none of you warned me, so it's not my fault. It's your fault for not telling me. That's what I'm doing. That's how I'm gonna justify this. It's your guys' fault for not telling me I was doing it wrong. I blame you. All your fault. There we go. That's where it's supposed to have gone. All right. We're getting there. I'm getting back to where I was. But this means that I will have a finished hot end. Give me one second. I want to check the other side real quick to see if I need to do it up twice. All right. So I got the heater, I got the thermistor, I got the probe, I got both fans and the lights. Okay. And then the motor. Okay. It is all where it's supposed to be. I can continue. There we go. And I don't believe I got any other fancy junk I got to worry about. The only thing that I have to, that I'm not quite sure about because I haven't hit it yet, is of course all of the toolhead PCBs that LDO includes. Because one of these, these are all their PCBs, so these are all the end stops and everything like that. But one of these is for the tool head. I'm not quite sure where that was supposed to mount. Where is that? Hey, Mad Monkey, where is that part? Is that over on LDO's site? Why don't I do this? Now that you're a moderator, I think you should be able to post the link in here. That way, if anybody watches the stream, they'll at least have it. If not, you can send it to me as a Twitter DM, and I'll show it up on screen just for anybody coming along down the line. But that's probably the part that I'm going to have to print tomorrow, and then come in here and work on that. But we'll see how far we get. So I'm over here looking. Okay, so this is a new one. Okay, so that link that you just posted. That is a very tiny, simple part. That's not too bad. That is not too bad. I'm curious about something. Was I slick? Give me 1 second, guys. me look at something. The cover and mount, is the cover different? Well, you know what, guys? I may be lucky because I think I printed that part. You know what, guys? I think I printed that part. I'm not sure about the cover. I don't know what the difference in the cover is. So I have that bottom part. So you know what? I'm going to spin this around on me. And I might have everything I need to do that with. Give me 1 second. I might have everything I need. Yeah, I think the cover is the right cover. And I have the little part here. So I might have already thought about that when I did this originally. See, I'm smarter, I'm dumber now than I was before. That's what we can ultimately come away from this on. Okay. So give me 1 second here. There we go. I think I got all that right. So yeah, I have that. And I have the insert. M36 flathead screws. Let me make sure I still have some of those. I'm pretty sure I do. Yep. Got some of those left. So there's the M36 flathead screws. And according to this, it'll mount like that. Okay. All right. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to readjust, and then we're going to install this. So yeah, I was smart, and I printed that, and I think I even got the right cover already. Thought I must have already thought about this and planned for it when I printed out all the parts. So it was one of those, oh yeah, I did my research. And then as I got in the building, I completely forgot that I did my research. All right. So that should go there. That should go there. All right. And now, according to all of this, M38 button head. Just on the top one, if I'm correct. And then we'll make sure that I am not crazy. And this will tell me if I've got the right hood, because I should be able to close this down if I got the right one. All right, that's sitting in there sexy. Now, of course, all these cables are going to be in the way for now. But let's see, will that at least shut down? Nope, that is not the right cover. There is a bigger cover. I don't seem to have the bigger cover. No. Oh, okay, I see. It just barely misses that. So yeah, that is the right cover. All right, no. Booyah. All right, I'm not going to complain. But should I I'm going to take this off one more time. Because what I want to do is I want to run the probe behind it, I think. That way, it will come on, get over the lip. There we go. Kind of come over the top and sit into the probe plug and stay tight and clean. So kind of like that. Now, the one annoyance that I think I need to deal with at some other point will be the extra wire, but I'm just going to ignore that problem for now. Well, it closes over everything, but yeah, I can see that there's a conflict there at the JST connector. But that's a wiring problem. So I can print that other cover tomorrow. That won't be a big deal. And then I'll deal with my wiring problems down the road. Not bad. But at least now we know where the instructions are. And I'm going to go ahead and bookmark this. Just so I have the right steps there. Okay, good. Let's ignore that, get away from the afterburner, and scroll past all of that junk. So, all of this junk. That's the old stuff. Well, we look at that. That wants us to work on electronics next. So, you know what I'm going to do? Since it's 10:45, I think this is about as good a point as any to call it a day, because I got the tool head. That's pretty badass. That's pretty much on the spot. That's pretty much there. And the only thing left really is electronics, right? I think that's about a little of electronic stuff to deal with. But I'll print the new cover while I'm at the office working tomorrow. Come home. And then I'm going to finish up the tool head wire, and I'm going to make the Revo jumpers and all that little junk. Get that all done and out of the way. And then we will be able to jump on to the electronics. I think that's pretty good. I think that's a pretty good spot to be. Wouldn't you all agree? Oh, crud, you're right. You know what? They tapped that from the inside, so yeah, I got quite a few screws to get to that. Darn it. You're right. That's going to take some work. Because I have to take off the stealth burner, because that access screw is way too deep in there. So 4 screws, 5 screws, yeah, that's how far I got to go. 5 screws to get to that. So yeah, that's not too bad. Well, third time taking that front off of it, but it's pretty good. Now, since I got you here, Mad Monkey, what did you do about all your extra wire here? Did you re-terminate, or did you just give up and hide it underneath the hood? Okay, yeah, I could see re-terminating it. I could see re-terminating it. Not the end of the world. I was just curious which way to go, or which way I would want to go. Ooh, that's a good one. There's a part here that I don't know what it's used for. It's a pulley. It's a 2GT 20 tooth, but it's deflanged. What was that for? Is that part of the Clockwork one that I just don't know about? That might be what it is for a non-Bondtech hot end. The end stop to use that deflanged? Okay. I guess I haven't gotten there yet then. But before I leave tonight, I'm going to lay out a few things. I don't need any more PTFE tubing, so I'll toss that to the side-ish. I'm going to work through some of my hardware. Through some of my hardware here to make sure that I got it all good. Where did I throw my other neodymium magnets? Because I got a couple more here. It's a good time to consolidate some of these things. Because if I don't, then they're just kind of stuck out there. More M5s, don't need that anymore. More M3s, don't need that anymore. Pretty much worked my way through all my parts and consolidate because, you know, they kind of bagged up everything. And now that I'm kind of cranking along, if I get everything organized, a little bit better. Socket head M3/8, nope, yep, M3/8 socket heads. Then it will take me less time to find hardware tomorrow. Buttonhead M510s. Don't have any of that. Socket head M330s. I swore I had some of those. But yeah, the more bags I get rid of, the happier I'm going to be. M316 socket heads. Swore I saw those. Socket heads, M316s. Yeah, I'm doing this type of stuff. Combining little baggies. That way I have far less. This is what I mean by, this is kind of how I work at the end of the day. This is what I do in order to make it so that the next day I come in, everything is good. And I can move a little bit faster on it. All right, let's see. I got socket head M320s. Did I have some of those? Yep, there we go. Oh, there's a sex bolt. I don't know. I might have to mark this channel as mature. It's so funny because as you get rid of these bags and you start consolidating them down, it just comes up as far less. It seems like there's far less there. It makes it more organized. All right, now I get my button heads, a couple of these bad boys. It is amazing how many of these little baggies I can get rid of. M340s. Do I have an M340 over here? I swore I had an M340. Yep. Precision shifters. M340, M340. This is my magic. This is, if you ever want to know, this is how I stay organized. This just dramatically improves the quality of life. It makes everything better. And if you don't break out your backup bags as much as possible and just kind of save that for the end, that saves you trouble. Oops, hex nuts. There's another one. Yeah, it makes it so there's far less parts to work with. I love it. Washer M3, M4, hex nuts M3s, hex nuts M3s. Oh, look at that. I got another set of those. All right, washer M5s. Oh, wait, there's another set of hex nuts. Like 4 bags of the exact same screw with like 2 in each one. So that would just get in the way all the time. Let's see if I can find all the, I think that is it for the washers, right? But I am almost done with this kind of quick reorg. And I have probably eliminated 20 little bags of screws just by consolidating and checking. Let's see. Every time I look, there's another little screw. Let's see. M310s. Did I have any more M310s? I swear I saw that. Oh. M36. M325s. Do I not have a 25 over here? Yep, there we go. Socket head M325. Nope, that's button head, so it doesn't match. I think that is it. All right. M36 flathead. I swore that, yeah, that was the last of that because I consolidated all those down. I remember that. Much better. Do one more buttonhead M516. There we go. See? One more pass, one more bag. There we go. That's looking good. Oh, I'm gonna bag these up because they're going to be a rarity. And so now I'll show you my hardware bags. All my tiny hardware bags that are left over are way more manageable now. Way more manageable. That way, tomorrow once I hop to it will be way easier to find everything. This is what I normally do off camera every night, you know, or before I can leave a table for the night and call it done. But since there's a few of you hanging out, I'm like, sure, why not? I do not know. LDO included that in their kit. They included that in their kit, so I do not know why it's there. But that's a pretty good breakout. I'll leave the clicky kit together, this hardware that's dedicated. And yeah, that's all my nuts and bolts differences other than this one backup kit, which screw it. Since I'm here, let's go through the backup kit. M3 hex nuts. See, now that I move them, I don't know where I moved them all to. I guess maybe they're extra. All right. M316 socket head. Consolidate it down. But yeah, might as well, since I'm here. There's only one backup bag left. I already got rid of the other one. M320 socket head. M320, where's the magic number? There we go. And socket head. Oh, and see, I just saw the hex nuts. So. Now it just makes it way easier to find stuff. So button head M36. There we go. But yeah, that's kind of where I go with that. M312 socket heads. It also makes it nice because when you're done, you always end up with that one box of what I like to call the doggy bag. And if you're done, you kind of already have moved on with your life and you don't want to care anymore. But if you do this along the way, as soon as you're done, you won't have any excuse, and you'll be able to quickly put together your doggy bag so that when you lose a screw or something, it's right there. And if you make your doggy bag small enough, it can literally be sitting next to your printer the whole time. So for the rest of its life, this could have a little doggy bag attached to it. And I have some printers that I've taped or mounted to the underside the bag with all the extras in it. Oh yeah, that's for the big pile up there. This is the one I got the most screws for some reason, and they just overloaded me with the socket heads M38s, which must be the size they use for all the panels. But yeah, like I said, if you do that every night, you'll get that many bags just out of your mix. And now that they're all bagged up, then the things I'll of course leave out, stuff like the threaded inserts and the T-nuts and the very popular screws. There's no reason to bag those up because I'm, almost 100% sure I'll be using those over and over immediately. But this other stuff, Lord knows when I'm going to need that. So now that it's done, I move it to the far end of the table, drop it off, and then I'll lay them out and organize them to make it easier to find later on, or tomorrow when I start. And that way I will start with a clean mat tomorrow. Lay them all label side up in nice little rows. Give them a few inches away from the edge of the table or you're going to lose it, guaranteed. And then, yeah, I will be ready and raring to go. And pretty much just come down and start work without any prep. Morale-wise, you don't have to be like, I got so much to do before I can even get anything done. Nope, you just come down here and you're making progress. That is my secret. I tried really hard to get everything done as fast as possible, as early as possible, so that the next day is easier. I don't know, I guess it's every day, at the end of every day is really hard for me. I kind of push a little extra at the end of the day because it's just so hard waking up now. All right, I am all prepped and done. So with that, guys, I am going to let you be. I am going to take off for the night, and I'm going to get some sleep, go into work, and deal with all that fun. And then maybe I can come home and play with 3D printing instead of having to work on 3D printing. I know it's crazy talk. It's crazy talk to think that, I could play with, stuff. But no, when I'm at work, man, 3D printing's a job. Yeah, thanks, Dim. I'm having fun. This is just one of those things that, I never get time for, so I freaking love it when I have, I can pull it off. and having the Labor Day weekend, little extra hours and stuff like that makes things a little bit easier. So, all right. Y'all have a good night. I'll see you probably tomorrow night, give or take 6 or 7 p.m. And I'll try again. We'll do another 4 hours or so. All right. Have a good one.